o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. a new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTOUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo del público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de nuestro objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, The Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Come to their places so we may start our session of this morning. Señor Presidente,
Mr. Chair, with 21 delegates, we have the required quorum to begin.
Bom dia. Após a verificação do quórum pela Secretaria,
Good morning. Now that we have confirmed the quorum by the Secretariat, it's an honor to declare this regular session of the Permanent Council open. It has been called to consider the topics under CPOD 2543-25, fulfilling the mandate as set out in the Rules of Procedure, and I would like to submit to the consideration of the floor the draft order of business. I see no observations, and so it is so approved.
gostaria que as delegações que estão entrando, por favor, tomem assento, já que
I'd like to ask the delegates that are coming in to please take their seats, because we will be hearing an important remarks.
Antes de prosseguir, permita-me, em nome
Before we begin, I hope that you will allow me to speak on behalf of the Council to express my most sincere condolences to the delegation of the Holy See for the passing of His Holiness Pope Francisco on this Monday, April 21st in Vatican City. Pope Francis, the first Pope of Latin American origins, was a spiritual leader who was profoundly committed to social justice, interfaith dialogue, and defending the most vulnerable. His legacy will stay as a beacon of hope and compassion for millions of people in the world. May he rest in peace. We would also like to express our profound condolences to the people and government of Peru for the death of Mario Vargas Llosa, the distinguished writer and intellectual, as well as awardee of the Nobel Prize. His literary work made him one of the most influential thought leaders of contemporary Latin American history and beyond, and we hope that his legacy will inspire future generations. May he rest in peace. Please take a moment to honor those distinguished individuals.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. I would also like to take the opportunity to congratulate the government and people of Ecuador for the elections celebrated on April 13th, and in that context, congratulate President Daniel Noboa for his re-election as head of the Ecuadorian government. Before I continue, I'm going to wait for the Bolivian delegate to take his seat, and there I would like to turn over to him on behalf of the council the commemorative mallet to the distinguished delegate of Bolivia for his leadership during the last session. During his chairship, he led the permanent council with commitment and passion, and he made serious progress, including the election of the new Secretary General and preparations for the Assistant Secretary General elections as well. He headed important initiatives for the Permanent Council, and he also headed renewal efforts. I would like to ask him to come to the podium to receive this token of our thanks.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to inform you that due to how long our agenda is today, I will be very careful with time. We have a scheduled break at 1:30, and we will come back together, if necessary, at 2:30 on the dot. And I'd like to thank delegations and panelists for collaborating and respecting our time constraints. According to Article 46 of Rules of Procedure, and following a request by the Permanent Mission of Haiti, I would like to ask the Permanent Council if there is willingness to extend by 10 minutes the remarks made by the Permanent Representative of Haiti under point 4 of the Order of Business. If there are no objections, it is so agreed. Agreed. And now I will move on to point number 2. In fulfilling the mandate of 2925 resolution of the General Assembly, it is time to commemorate the Inter-American Day for combating trafficking, illicit trafficking, and manufacture of firearms. And it is a pleasure to give the floor to Pierangeli De Luca, who is head of the section of conventional arms, munitions, and explosives of the Department of Public Security in the General Secretariat. Madam, you have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished members of the OAS, it is a pleasure to speak to the the Permanent Council today to talk about some of the instruments that we have through CIFTA in order to support member states in combating trafficking in arms, particularly for commemorating the Inter-American Day for combating the illicit manufacture and trafficking in firearms. I have a presentation. And to respect time, I'll just begin. As we all know, our region is facing enormous challenges for combating trafficking in arms, and we have many problems that come as a result, insecurity that threatens our citizens, and so we have a regulatory framework that is robust in order to be able to support member states. This all comes out of CIFTA, which is our main convention that is binding and ratified by 31 American nations, and which has operative instruments to support member states. I'll highlight two. The first is assistance for controlling munitions and arms, PACAM, which is part of the public security arm of the OAS to reduce armed violence with a holistic focus that aims to close the gap between the illicit market for arms and getting those to hands, as well as other efforts. And from 2019, we've had financing from the European Union for this program, and we've already helped 28 Latin American and Caribbean countries. Some of the results from this program include the destruction of more than 900 arms and many tons of munitions that were seized or obsolete that are no longer a threat to our communities. We have also trained more than 4,000 personnel throughout the hemisphere, and that has allowed us to better oversee the life cycle of these munitions. And there are more than 5,500 people who were either directly supported or impacted positively by this support. We also coordinate instruments on a regional and sub-regional level, and I would like to highlight the roadmap for the Caribbean and Dominican Republic, which will allow that sub-region to better coordinate its policies on an internal level and sub-regional level with the support of the international community. I'd like to thank the European Union, who is with us, wrapping up a memorandum of understanding for the next few years, and Italy specifically, who has contributed funds to PACAM, which will allow us to continue to support countries through 2028. So I'd like to ask you to take full use of this technical assistance available. And seeing the gap in the region that makes it difficult for countries to be able to carry out and elaborate evidence-based policies that will close these gaps that lead to illegal trafficking in arms, we are carrying out a regional study for data on firearms and arms throughout the hemisphere. This is through Mexico and the support of various expert organizations. We have innovative tools for this study that will allow us to have a permanent gathering of information and knowledge about illegal trafficking through 5 modules that will have their own methodology and will be presented separately. And these aim to orient us and guide us in better combating the circulation of arms in the region, and we will also create recommendations that are actionable for countries. They're very practical. We want to characterize the phenomenon, understand better, and improve the capacities of states to react, which communities are most affected, and make recommendations to countries. Within the framework of methodology, we published a paper on trends and threats that is available online through this QR code you see here, and the panelist that follows my remarks will be able to give further information. In this moment, we also have financing from Mexico for the implementation of methodology for this study, and we're beginning with Module 2, which has as a goal evaluating state capacities to prevent and combat trafficking in firearms. And that's through funding from Mexico and with UNIDIR, which is a center of excellence of the UN that focuses on reducing arms trafficking, and they've brought all of their expertise to the table, and we've allowed for greater synergy. We're looking for further financing to take on other modules, and so I'd like to ask you to consider contributing funds to CIFTA so that we can continue with our holistic methodology. And here we'll focus on the new questionnaire where countries every 2 years will report to CIFTA so that we can have a more effective questionnaire where we can map out what are the systems, the organizational structure for munitions and arms control, and the justice system, how all these pieces work, and there be able to better develop appropriate public policies that focus on the CIFTA framework and other benchmarks on an international level. This will be shared with delegates through a new platform on arms and munitions, and it was developed with financing from the European Union as a centralized repository for data. It will come out in May 2025, and it will have a public-facing area and a private. In the public, there will be users, different institutions who will be able to access and contribute to the questionnaire, include their data, and also review data for past iterations of the questionnaire. And there will also be revisor users. And the platform has added value in that it can create interactive panels and reports immediately for those states that might request them based on the data it entered. And so they will have an analysis of all of the existing gaps in the justice system. For example, I'm just wrapping up. I just have one more slide. And here, those countries will have those reports automatically generated where they can visualize what is missing, and they can guide their policies. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity and just mention again that there are many challenges that we face when it comes to illicit trafficking of arms, and I'd like to remind you of all of the operative tools and instruments that you have available to strengthen your policies as member states and close those gaps. Many thanks. Thank you, De Luca, for your presentation. Now we will have the pleasure of hearing from Cecilia Farfan, who is a researcher and expert in organized crime. Dr. Farfan, you have the floor. She will join us virtually. Good morning. Thank you very much. I will ask that my presentation be made available, and I would like to thank the chair for giving me the space and this opportunity to speak. I am Cecilia Farfan Mendez, and I am a researcher in organized crime, but before I arrived in my current capacity, I had the opportunity to work together with the Multidimensional Security Secretariat on a pilot program for identifying the challenges when it comes to illegal trafficking in arms and munitions in the region. Next slide. What I'm going to do today is talk about our main findings from the research from the pilot program. And what I'd like to, well, I'm not going to speak so much about the methodology of the pilot program, but we did spend many hours, and we were informed by experts on the topic throughout the world, and we are therefore very well informed, and we're happy with the data that we have. And so what we have here is a potential vision of what member states could do when it comes to smuggling in the region to respond proactively with an anticipated response. Next slide, please. When it comes to challenges, I'd like to highlight that we have an unsatisfactory, we have many areas where there are unsatisfactory responses or there are great gaps. the results of this pilot program, and don't worry, you don't have to read everything here on this graph, but I want to just speak to you a little bit about the content. What this matrix does is orders the information that we received from experts on time and resources poured or necessary for addressing the challenges mentioned in the region. And what we're seeing is that in the upper right-hand quadrant, we have challenges that might require more resources and more time in order to be addressed, whereas the good news, especially for current times, are in the bottom left quadrant. Short-term solutions that wouldn't require many resources. Next slide, please. And I'd like to highlight here three of these main findings that came out of the pilot program. First, what we saw is that in the short term, one of the challenges that experts identified was specifically the insufficient coordination between different government bodies who are responsible for controlling arms smuggling, as well as the protocols for tracking, and that there isn't enough analysis or risk analysis. So those are the main three challenges identified, and I would like to reiterate that these might be easier to solve in a short time without great investment of time and resources. That would be in contrast to, for example, more infrastructure or installing, for example, new equipment on borders. Next slide. Threats. And I want to reiterate that we focused on future potential situations that could be seriously grave for member states. Next slide. And in that vein, what we did with the threats was identify where the areas of competency were: public, private sector, civil society, academia, the international community, and who are the actors who would have to face the threats. And here I'm going to mention three. For the three threats identified by the experts, we would require cooperation from public and private institutions, but also international organizations. And the next panelist will speak more in depth about those public policies. And could we go back one slide, actually? The next panelist will speak about the public-private partnerships, but for example, postal services and messaging services are an example where we're seeing arms circulate throughout the region, and that is something that requires public participation, obviously, but also private, because we have those messaging or those transport companies. There's also the artisanal or 3D conversion kits, which exist, and that addressing that will require innovative responses and not just a response from the state. And then there is also the threat that is also very high importance, that has to do with managing arsenals that are located in zones of high climate risk, where natural disasters could have considerable effects, and that requires participation from the public sector, the private sector, and also international organizations. Next slide, please. And I'll wrap up by mentioning what the next steps are according to our findings. Next, better financing the mechanisms that allow us to identify what our challenges are, what the threats are, and there's a document available online where you can take a look at the methodology, but there's more work that could be done there to refine and to be more precise. Another step might be better understanding what are the factors that explain the challenges and threats that we have identified. For example, when it comes to the lack of coordination or inefficient or insufficient coordination, why is it insufficient? Is it a lack of personnel? Is it a lack of resources? And there, once we identify the reasons, how do we address them? And the next steps also include using the results found to generate new solutions that will allow to us to really prevent and also create a roadmap for the region, but also on a national level so that we can better understand what our threats and challenges are. Many thanks.
Muito obrigado, doutora Farfan, por sua...
Thank you, Dr. Farfan, for your presentation. And now we will have the pleasure of hearing from Paul Holtum, who is the head of controlling smuggling of arms and munitions. You have the floor, Mr. Holton.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to the distinguished members of the OAS. My presentation is just loading, thank you. And thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to join you today from a very rainy Switzerland. On behalf of the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research, UNIDIR, and its Conventional Arms and Ammunition Program, thank you for extending the invitation to UNIDIR to join this important event. And it's our sincere pleasure to join you virtually on the occasion of the Inter-American Day Against Illicit Manufacturing of and Trafficking in Firearms with such a wonderful panel. My remarks, as mentioned by the previous speaker, will look at the role of the private sector in the fight against the diversion of arms and illicit arms trafficking. Next slide, please. First, a word about UNIDIR. We're an autonomous institute within the United Nations. We're mandated by the General Assembly to provide independent research, provide ideas, dialogue, and also tools to address some of the most critical arms control and security issues today. And therefore, I have the pleasure of leading a program that seeks to examine and promote ideas to prevent or mitigate the negative impact of the unregulated proliferation and misuse of conventional arms and ammunition, and thus we hope laying the foundations for peace, security, and sustainable development. Therefore, together with our partners, we've conducted research and provided a number of publications, as listed on the slide in front of you, to raise awareness and increase the knowledge of interested parties on the role that the private sector can play for a responsible arms trade and also efforts to prevent diversion and the illicit trafficking of arms. Next slide, please. Now, we recognize that states have the primary responsibility and are indeed obliged by multiple instruments to prevent and counter diversion and the illicit trafficking of arms, ammunition, including firearms. Yet the private sector can play an important role in supporting states in this regard, and I'll share some of our key findings with you today in this regard. But first, I want to emphasize that for us, the private sector in the arms trade is not a homogeneous group. It's composed of a diverse set of actors with different interests, concerns, challenges, but also opportunities to ensure that international transfers of arms and ammunition are not diverted for unauthorized uses and users at any stage in their life cycle, that they don't end up in the illicit trafficking cycle. As shown on this slide, a useful first step we think could be to establish a common understanding of these different types of actors, manufacturers, traders, those involved in brokering, and even insurance companies and financial institutions with regards to their role in the legitimate trade. And this can help us to engage these entities to find appropriate, targeted ways of moving forward and developing and implementing good and effective practices to prevent and counter diversion and illicit trafficking. Next slide, please. At the national level, we found that states engage with the private sector in different ways to ensure international transfers are secure. Thank you. Based on our research and information provided to us by different states, we have a number of tools that can be used. States can undertake audits, site visits, and inspections to companies to ensure compliance with national legislation and regulations. They can organize or participate in events that raise awareness about changes in legislation, the regulatory framework, and reminders to ensure compliance with national controls. They can offer consultations to guide the private sector with regard to risky transactions and engagements, as well as broader legal and policy issues. There can be the development of guidance for the different sectors that can be educational and also help in day-to-day operations. And this links in with the final point on requiring internal compliance programs, or ICPs, especially for the defense and firearms industries. Next slide, please. But while it's responsibility of states to cooperate and conduct risk assessments for proposed arms transfers to prevent diversion and trafficking, private sector actors are often on the front lines, managing the security and safety of arms and ammunition that are being transferred. An overarching challenge that's been shared by private sector actors with us is a lack of information that can help them to identify risks and exercise due diligence. Therefore, as mentioned a moment ago, sharing sanctions lists, conducting outreach, sharing diversion risk areas, assessment guidance, what might be called red flags or risk indicators, and encouraging the private sector to play a cooperative role in informing competent government authorities regarding these issues of concern and behaviours of concern in the transfer chain is mutually beneficial and something we strongly encourage. Successfully engaging and identifying opportunities for leverage and the role of the sector to help prevent and counter diversion and illicit trafficking and encourage a sense of a shared responsibility in this regard is something we're encouraging in many regions and in your region in particular. There's a strong requirement for regional and international cooperation. Next slide, please. And so to conclude in a timely manner, as I know you have a busy agenda ahead of you, I just want to highlight 4 broad areas for action that we're sharing at the global level, but also we believe are of relevance for your region. Firstly, to identify how the private sector, and particular actors in the private sector, can support the implementation of regional and international control instruments, such as SIFTA. We think it's key. We've shared some ideas in our recent publications, but we recognize you probably have some excellent proposals of particular relevance for your region. Second is to consider different ways to raise awareness across the private sector of not only national regulations, but also relevant regional and international instruments. Third is to share existing guidance and related materials, and where there's a gap, as there often is, to develop new guidance and explore new ways to share lessons learned and effective measures for countering diversion and trafficking. And then finally, as your region has been a leader in the vanguard to address illicit trafficking, I'm convinced you can be in seeking to establish the highest common standards. Final slide, please, and my last word in 2 seconds. We remain available for queries on our research and advice, support and tools, and we look forward to engaging with you further. And I'd just like to say on behalf of UNITE, we're delighted to be cooperating with the OAS Secretariat and member states for the hemispheric study, which we believe is an important tool for targeted policies to help with mapping state capacities. Thank you for your attention and good luck with the rest of the day. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Dr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holton, for your presentation at the request of the delegation of Mexico. And with your indulgence, I'd like to give the floor first to the delegation of Mexico. Ambassador Baños, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. The delegation of Mexico, in the exercise of the mechanisms of the Inter-American Convention against the illicit manufacturing and trafficking of firearms, munitions, explosives, and other materials known as SIFTA, asked that we include on the agenda for today's meeting commemoration of the Inter-American Day against the illicit manufacturing and trafficking of firearms, which by mandate of the General Assembly is April 5th. And Mexico has maintained an ongoing commitment in the struggle against this scourge, and so I'm honored to present the message from the Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs and Human Rights of the Foreign Ministry of Mexico, Enrique Ochoa, which he is prepared to present today before the Permanent Council. I'd ask the Secretary to please project that message at this time. Thank you.
El Consejo Permanente de la Organización de los Estados
Distinguished members of the Permanent Council of the OAS, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government of Mexico, I'm honored to address you on occasion of the Inter-American Day against illicit manufacturing of and trafficking in firearms. Illicit trafficking in firearms is a complex and dynamic phenomenon that has serious repercussions for the security and well-being of the communities of our hemisphere. According to the Small Arms Survey, from 2016 to 2023, seizures of firearms in Latin America and the Caribbean increased 120%, with particularly worrisome trends in the case of high-caliber weapons. In my country, Mexico, approximately 200,000 firearms are trafficked illegally every year, the vast majority of them across our northern border. Though it's difficult to document the exact numbers of weapons that are trafficked, a clear sign of alarm is the increase in the proportion of homicides and suicides committed using firearms in different countries of our hemisphere. In addition to the irreparable loss of human lives, the consequences of illicit arms trafficking are multidimensional. They weaken government infrastructure and undermine the basis for economic development because of the violence they generate. In some cases, illicit flows of firearms also exacerbate crises of governability. In the case of Haiti, despite the embargo imposed by the UN Security Council, firearms continue reaching the hands of non-state actors through complex networks of illicit channels. The sophistication of transnational organized crime requires collective and coordinated action on the part of our governments, with the participation of the OAS and the UN system, and in close consultation with the private sector, academia, and civil society. In this regard, I wish to highlight 3 deliverables that we have constructed together in the context of CIFTA. First, we adopted procedural manuals for the destruction of small and light firearms or weapons, and on physical security and the management of arsenals of small and light weapons. These instruments lay the practical basis for the military and civilian authorities to strengthen their processes whereby they handle firearms and munitions for the objective or for the purpose of avoiding their diversion and illicit trafficking. Second, the regional guidelines for preventing gender violence committed using firearms in the Americas offer guidelines for incorporating a gender perspective in the design, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of public policies related to preventing and responding to armed violence. This instrument will enable us to go forward in attending to the differentiated impact that illicit trafficking in firearms causes women, children, youth, and vulnerable groups. Third, we've made progress in generating data on illicit firearms trafficking. A solid basis of evidence is essential in order for the policies and actions that we carry out to be timely and effective for preventing and countering this phenomenon. From the Secretariat Pro Tem of the Advisory Committee of CIFTA, we welcome the preparation of the methodology of the hemispheric study on illicit trafficking in firearms and munitions, with financing from my government, the government of Mexico, in fulfilling as mandate of the OAS General Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, as we mark today the Inter-American Day for against illicit manufacturing of and trafficking in firearms, I conclude with a respectful call so that under the principle of common and shared responsibility, we should work together to counter illicit firearms trafficking in our region and thereby contribute to building peace and security so as to benefit the communities of our hemisphere. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I now offer the floor to the Dominican Republic. Ambassador, you have the floor. Good morning. Allow me, Mr. Chairman, to echo the words of condolence upon the death of Pope Francis, who illuminated the lives and conscience of Catholics during his papacy, as well as for the upon the death of the Peruvian writer Mario Vargas Llosa. Chairman, I thank the delegation of Mexico for including this point on our order of business, and I also thank the panelists for their valuable presentations. Every April 5th represents an opportunity to renew our hemisphere-wide commitment in the face of a challenge that seriously compromises citizen security and regional security. The illicit manufacture and trafficking of firearms. Illegal firearms feed violence, strengthen the structures of organized crime, and have devastating impacts on our societies. The Dominican Republic recognizes that this scourge knows no borders, and therefore they have stepped up their efforts to counter it from a comprehensive and cooperative approach. Our country has strengthened controls at ports and strategic points of entry, which entails a considerable investment of resources by the state of the Dominican Republic. This effort has borne fruit. For example, this year, customs authorities seized a shipment of 36,000 capsules of various caliber and several firearms coming from the United States and headed to Haiti. This seizure highlights the magnitude of the trafficking and the need to continue strengthening controls throughout the logistic chain. In this context, we greatly value the cooperation with partners such as the United States, whose joint actions include covert techniques for infiltrating weapons trafficking networks. This has kept it more than 50 firearms were kept from reaching Haitian gangs, including a significant seizure recently on 4 March at the port of Santo Domingo. As noted by Foreign Minister Roberto Alvarez recently before the UN Security Council, there's a direct relationship between crime in Haiti and weapons and drugs trafficking, as has been shown in recent reports by the Integrated Office of the United Nations in Haiti, MINU, and the Office of the United Nations Against Drugs, or UN Office Against Drugs and Crime. These networks of criminal organizations are ever better coordinated. They have sophisticated weaponry, and they have even assaulted ships at high sea, and they've kidnapped the crews thereof, which is evidence of an alarming level of transnational criminal coordination. In response to this situation, the Dominican Republic is one of the countries that has adopted the roadmap of Central America and the Dominican Republic for the prevention of trafficking of and proliferation of illicit proliferation and trafficking of weapons and munitions. This regional instrument aims to strengthen existing legal frameworks and capabilities in the face of what has been considered one of the greatest threats to the region's security and development. From the Hemispheric Plan, we consider it fundamental to integrate this approach in the Summits of the Americas process. As the host of the 10th summit, we have proposed to include citizen security as the key topic of the dialogue among heads of state and government, along with energy, food, and water security. Organized crime, in its many expressions such as drug trafficking, human trafficking, and arms trafficking, undermines the security of the state and of the rule of law, especially in the context of institutional weakness. Because of this, we urge the OAS through the Joint Working Group on Summits to contribute with technical inputs in line with the concept note presented by the Dominican chair under the lemma, building a safe, sustainable, and hemisphere of shared prosperity. Chairman, on concluding, I wish to reiterate the need to bolster international cooperation, the political will, and the joint work in the face of this transnational crime. Only by having effective partnerships, sharing of information, effective sanctions, and a sustained commitment will we be able to go forward in protecting our societies and consolidating a safer and more secure hemisphere. Thank you very much. I now offer the floor to the Ambassador of Chile. Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Chile echoes the words of condolence that you have offered upon the death of Pope Francis and Mario Vargas Llosa. On this item of the order of business, we'd like to thank the delegation of Mexico for its leadership on this topic, you for having included it in the agenda, for it is crucial for our countries and for our peoples. Chile reiterates its commitment to strengthen the legal regimes at the regional level and internationally for control of small and light weapons, to implement the CIFTA Convention and its operational instruments. Along these lines, we also consider most valuable the presentations that we've heard at the outset, which were especially complimentary, which doesn't always happen here, and I think it's praiseworthy. We say so because illicit weapons trafficking continues to be a multidimensional threat associated with networks of criminal networks who know no borders and have a very serious impact on the day-to-day security, human rights, well-being of our peoples, and also occupying positions of power, making more difficult the democratic development of our countries. Within our borders, we have undertaken several initiatives. We'd like to share some of these with you. In January of 2022, a law was enacted that amended the arms control law, toughening up requirements for possession and also having tougher sanctions. Just a couple of weeks ago, the Ministry of Public Security was established in Chile. This is a ministry that is aimed at consolidating and coordinating the policy for prevention, control, and inspection of weapons nationwide, consolidating key areas, key responsibilities in this area, which before were distributed among various institutions. The technical capabilities of the investigative police have been strengthened in respect of ballistic analysis, traceability, strengthening forensic laboratories, and digital traceability instruments have been implemented to be used with weapons that have been seized, and this has been done together with the private sector and incorporating technological innovation. At the international level, Chile has not only benefited what the OAS has done, and for example, with marking of the weapons, but it's also participated actively in multilateral initiatives such as the UN Initiative against light and small and light weapons and the Treaty on Trade in Firearms, as well as inter-American activities or established arrangements. We have had bilateral and triangular exchange with members of this organization, which makes it possible for us to go forward with coordination, sharing of information, and operational technical aspects, especially when we think about the borders. We do this because we understand that illicit firearms trafficking and the fight against it must always have a holistic approach. As Mr. Luca mentioned, one must always have a human rights perspective on prevention and strengthening institutions. That's why we would like to support efforts being made to strengthen the operational instruments of CIFTA, as well as the proposals that we have heard that promote coordination with other relevant multilateral approaches. We congratulate the panelists, Mexico, for its leadership, and we are grateful for holding this conversation. Thank you, Chair. I now give the floor to the delegation of Panama. Thank you, Chair. The delegation of Panama also joins the words of condolence upon the passing of Pope Francis and Mario Vargas Llosa. First, this delegation would like to express its recognition for the delegation of Mexico for the work it has done as chair of the Conference of the States Parties to CIFTA and Secretary Pro Tem of the Advisory Committee, as well as its leadership in giving impetus to the inclusion of this topic on the order of business. In addition, I would like to thank the panelists for their valuable remarks, which have reaffirmed for us an unquestionable truth. Illicit firearms trafficking is a threat that attacks our societies, strengthens criminal networks, undermines democratic stability, and perpetuates violence. Every firearm circulating illegally strengthens organized crime, feeds conflicts, sows insecurity, and erodes our democracies. Where there are illegal weapons, there's death, there's fear. There are setbacks in our common longing to build peaceful and safe societies. Today, the seriousness of this scourge has called on us to act decisively, cooperating and with a strategic vision. In the face of these threats, Panama has not been indifferent. We have acted and we continue acting decisively and as a state. Therefore, under the leadership of President Mulino, the national government has taken on this challenge responsibly and with determination. In recent months, there's been a significant strengthening of national capabilities for preventing and fighting illicit trafficking in firearms. Among the main actions, I can mention the following: modernization of the control and traceability, ballistics traceability systems, giving impetus to the integration of the latest state-of-the-art technology for tracking arms, strengthening border crossings and ports, improving inspection and detection efforts to detect illicit freight, ongoing training programs for security forces, judges, and prosecutors in respect of weapons control and fighting organized crime, effective international cooperation through the active participation in multilateral fora, always promoting the sharing of information, joint operations, and the strengthening of technical capabilities among our countries. In addition, Panama has taken on a firm and committed role in regional efforts aimed at tackling this threat in a structural and sustained manner. In this context, I'd like to highlight in particular our active participation throughout the whole process of drawing up and adopting the Central American Roadmap for preventing traffic and illicit trafficking of arms and firearms and munitions. This initiative that was developed in close coordination with the member countries of Central American Integration System, the UN Center for Disarmament in Latin America and the Caribbean, and with the support of the member states. Armed violence cannot continue striking down whole generations. 65% of the homicides in our region are perpetrated using firearms. Central America has the highest homicide rates worldwide. These figures should appeal to us and urge us to act urgently with determination and coherence. From Panama, we reiterate that fighting illicit firearms trafficking cannot and should not be an isolated task. Only by joining efforts through effective cooperation, sharing of information, technical assistance, and a sustained political commitment will we be able to transform this worrisome reality. On this Inter-American Day against illicit manufacturing of and trafficking in firearms, we renew our will to act firmly. Panama is prepared to continue building strategic partnerships, sharing capabilities, and working side by side with each of you with a view to attaining a safer, more just, and more human hemisphere. I'd like to recognize the important work done by the OAS, particularly through programs such as the program to provide assistance for arms and munitions control. Panama has been a beneficiary. The contribution has been essential for strengthening our national capabilities in this area. Finally, Panama reaffirms its commitment to the full implementation of the Inter-American Convention against illicit trafficking and trafficking in firearms by drawing up its national plan in the context of the Central American Roadmap and with the consolidation of a culture of peace and security in the Americas. Thank you very much, Chair. I now give the floor to the delegation of Grenada.
Thank you, Chair. I start by, on behalf of my delegation, joining with the other member states in conveying our condolences on the passing of His Holiness Pope Francis. The delegation of Grenada wishes to express its sincere appreciation to the Permanent Mission of Mexico for its initiative in placing this critical item on today's agenda. We also extend to our presenters for their insightful contributions our gratitude. These contributions enrich our collective understanding and renew our resolve. Today's observance is far more than ceremonial. It invites us to reflect on the gravity of the threat posed by the illicit manufacturing of and trafficking in firearms, and to assess our collective progress in addressing it. The toll is undeniable. Countless lives lost, communities destabilized, and development disrupted. In the Caribbean, we are witnessing a distressing rise in gun-related violence. According to a 2023 joint report by CARICOM Impacts and the Small Arms Survey, the Caribbean suffers from an intentional homicide rate more than 3 times the global average. Over half of these homicides involve firearms, the vast majority of which are illicitly trafficked in our region. These weapons are smuggled through various means, concealed in cargo shipments, personal luggage, and even commercial goods. Grenada is not exempt. Though we do not manufacture firearms, we have seen an increase in their illegal possession, particularly among young men. This growing trend is of grave concern to our government and our people. In response, Grenada has acted decisively. In 2024, our Parliament adopted robust firearm legislation, increasing penalties for illegal possession and trafficking, and strengthening enforcement mechanisms. The Royal Grenada Police Force has also intensified firearm seizures as part of broader crime prevention efforts. However, our efforts, like those of many small island developing states, are constrained. Grenada lacks the capacity to adequately track and intercept the illicit flows of firearms entering our shores. The root of the problem often lies beyond our borders. This issue demands a coordinated hemispheric response. Isolated efforts will not suffice. Firearms trafficked illegally into our region do more than cause harm. They erode our peace, undermine our institutions, and endanger the future of our youth. Let us not allow today's commemoration to pass as a moment of reflection alone. Let it serve as a springboard for concrete action, greater cooperation, and enduring solidarity. Grenada stands ready to work with member states and the General Secretariat to advance a safer, more peaceful hemisphere. I thank you, Chair.
I now give the floor to the delegation of Brazil. Thank you, Chair. Brazil salutes the celebration of the Inter-American Day against illicit manufacturing of and trafficking in firearms, and congratulates the delegation of Mexico for keeping this topic at the center of the hemispheric agenda. We also thank the presenters, the panelists, for their very appropriate considerations. In 1997, Mr. Chairman, this organization showed visionary leadership on adopting the CIFTA, the first international instrument against illicit arms trafficking. The broad ratification of this instrument, with just 2 exceptions in the hemisphere, attests to the collective recognition of armed violence as a cross-cutting threat that undermines democracy, security, and human rights. In Brazil, the Statute on Disarmament of 2003 was essential for turning back the escalation of homicides. Even so, recent more flexible internal controls have tended to undermine the trend favorable to a decline in the violence. The numbers speak for themselves. More than 70% of homicides in Brazil involve firearms, which is far beyond the global average of 40%. In 2023, 94% of the victims were men, 69% were black, and more than half were 15 to 24 years of age. The profile of armed violence in our hemisphere reflects racial inequality, social exclusion, and failure to protect youth. We must reject the false narrative according to which more weapons means more security or more freedom. More armed societies are more violent societies. They're more unstable, and insecure. And the imperative of fighting this mistaken idea is still present in some political cultures that possession of weapons is associated with greater vigor or greater authority. Firearms, even if they are designed or thought of for deterrence and defense, have a destructive potential and become perennial vectors of violence and instability when they're diverted to the illegal market or used irresponsibly. Chairman, illicit weapons trafficking is also associated with other crimes, such as drug trafficking. Well-structured criminal groups use the same routes to commit several crimes, taking advantage of institutional vulnerabilities and gaps. In addition, we know that no border is immune to criminal networks. They operate globally with convergence of crimes, and so the response should be equally organized and interconnected. In this regard, we insist that requests for tracing should not be treated as mere requests for information, given the seriousness of the facts and the huge potential harm involved. We urge that such communications be treated as complaints that require formal investigations in the jurisdictions to which such requests are put. In addition to that, Mr. Chairman, emerging technologies add a new layer of concerns. The manufacturing of weapons by 3D printers poses even greater challenges, eliminating traditional mechanisms of traceability and containment, and could even, and because of legislative gaps, there could be, they could open the way that would facilitate the export of incomplete artifacts. Ignoring this threat would be opening the way for the proliferation, without any control, of clandestine arsenals. Because of this, Brazil values the work done by the OAS to support the traceability of arms and the elimination of stocks that have been apprehended, and greater training for the states. These specific measures, which save lives and strengthen our collective capacity for a response. Even though it has a consolidated industry, Brazil finds that a large part of the large caliber weapons seized in the country come from unlawful imports, and this reinforces our responsibility to ensure effective controls over foreign trade and the final destination of weapons. Thank you very much, Chair. I now give the floor to the delegation of El Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We echo the words, particularly of Mexico, on this topic. The commemoration of the Inter-American Day to combat the illicit manufacturing and trafficking in arms is not just a symbolic act. It is also a day of action to fight for the protection of citizens who live under threat of violence and to protect the rule of law and sustainable development. Most crimes are committed with firearms in our region, and these are often manufactured clandestinely. The response to this phenomena must be coordinated, and so we have many regional instruments such as CIFTA, and that is a pioneer convention that established a solid framework for member states to exchange information and best practices, as well as fight this scourge. And we also saw the route map for the Caribbean and the Dominican Republic to fight this scourge as a tangible tool for the countries here represented in order to face the serious threats posed by firearms in our country. This roadmap is a strategy that is sub-regional and will allow us to take concerted and coordinated actions to support each of the countries affected. On a national level, El Salvador has benefited from different training sessions for the use of these instruments, training for physical security and arsenal management, among others. We'd like to thank the multidimensional security Secretariat and the Department of Public Safety, particularly those donor countries mentioned, for their continued support in technical assistance for member states to continue to fight this sub-regional and regional scourge. Mr. Chair, El Salvador is clear that without coordination on this matter, we will not be able to maintain safety and the rule of law, and that is why this Inter-American Day is one of our priorities. And this task requires coordination that is tailored to the problem. It is multidimensional, including strengthening our regulatory frameworks, institutional capacities, the prevention of violent crime, and manufacturing of firearms, as well as smuggling of the same. After decades where firearms have threatened the safety of Salvadorans, we have applied public policies on public safety and construction of a new infrastructure, and the commemoration of this day reminds us that peace is not just an absence of conflict, but also a search for justice and hope. Every step that we make forward towards reestablishing and strengthening our efforts will make our region safer and more prosperous. Thank you. Thank you. St. Kitts and Nevis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Assistant Secretary General Mendez and the OAS Secretariat, distinguished panelists, excellencies, esteemed and worthy alternates, valued observer missions, Honorable Chair, I greet you all with highest regards and join the other delegations in expressing condolences on the passing of His Eminence, the Pope. Today we are assembled together to commemorate the Inter-American Day against the illicit manufacturing of and trafficking in firearms. This day, observed on April 5 since 2019, serves as a sobering reminder of the devastating impact of firearms on our societies. It calls us to action. My delegation wants to address this issue with a particular focus on its impact on our beloved nation, St. Kitts and Nevis. Our Twin Island Federation is known for its stunning natural beauty, rich history, and vibrant culture. However, like many nations in the Caribbean, we are grappling with the serious challenge of gun violence. The illegal entry of firearms into our communities fuels criminal activity, disrupts our peace, and threatens the safety of our citizens. The statistics paint a troubling picture. Illegal firearms are used in homicides, robberies, and gang-related violence. The violence not only claims lives, but also instills fear, erodes trust, and hinders our progress. Fortunately, 2025 has so far seen a significant and much welcomed reduction in this reprehensible plague. And law enforcement, along with the citizens at large, must be commended for their part in keeping our streets safer than they had been in recent times. Chair, every illegal gun seized represents a potential life saved, a community protected, and a step towards a more secure future. Distinguished colleagues, the problem of illicit firearms is complex and multifaceted. Since we do not manufacture any of them, these weapons all originate from outside our borders, highlighting the importance of regional and international cooperation. We must strengthen our border controls, enhance intelligence sharing, and work collaboratively with our neighbors to disrupt the networks that traffic these deadly weapons. We also appeal to the countries of origin to assist us in stemming the flow. The supply needs to be cut off, and the suppliers need to be held accountable to the extent that it is possible. We must all garner the political will to do so. Just as the players in other illicit trafficking, drugs, human beings, etc., are targeted, So must the actors in all stages of the illegal firearms trade be embattled as well. On the national front, we continue to strengthen our legislative framework, enhance the capacity of our law enforcement agencies, and invest in programs that address the root causes of crime and violence. These include enhanced border security, implementing stricter measures to prevent the entry of illegal firearms through our ports and coastlines, community policing, building a stronger relationship between law enforcement and the communities to foster trust and encourage the reporting of illegal firearm activity, youth development programs, investing in education, vocational training, and mentorship programs to provide our young people with positive alternatives to crime and violence. Firearms marking and tracing, utilizing technology to track the origin of illegal firearms, which is crucial for investigation and prosecution. Public awareness campaigns, educating the public about the dangers of illegal firearms and encouraging them to play an active role in creating safer communities. Nonetheless, Chair, we are aware that the fight against illegal firearms is not just the responsibility of law enforcement. It is a shared responsibility. We know that we must all work together, government agencies, civil societies, faith-based organizations, and individual citizens to create a culture of peace and nonviolence. Let us collaboratively, as we commemorate this International Day, renew our commitment to rid our communities of firearms. Let us work tirelessly to protect our citizens, preserve our peace, and build a safer, more prosperous future. Let us send a clear message that
I would like
violence...
to ask the delegate to finish his remarks.
I will right now. Gun violence has no place in our societies, no place in our hemisphere, and no place on our earth. May it please the Chair.
A delegação da Costa Rica.
Costa Rica, you have the floor. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Mr. Chair, we echo the words and we also thank you for the moment of silence in honor of Pope Francis, whose legacy has profoundly changed our countries and our region. We also would like to also repeat the condolences for the death of Mario Vargas Llosa, and our hearts go out to his family and the Peruvian people. Costa Rica thanks the permanent delegation of Mexico, particularly the ambassador, for putting together this commemoration, and to you, Mr. Chair, for giving us this space to reflect on one of the most serious and intractable challenges of our region, the illicit smuggling of firearms. This date, which was proclaimed through the General Assembly, reminds our member states that the protection of human rights is tied directly to the ability of member states to put the brakes on the illicit manufacturing and smuggling of firearms. Today, we honor not just the inter-American efforts, but also the victims whose lives have been cut short by armed violence, a violence that does not know any borders and which feeds organized crime networks. It undermines democratic institutions and it exacerbates forced displacements. Mr. Chair, the Inter-American Convention against the illicit trafficking in and manufacture of firearms, CIFTA, represents a pioneering legal tool, and we celebrate those efforts made by the advisory committee, by the Public Safety Department of the OAS in order to create better institutional skills. And we are also thankful to Madam Pier Angeli De Luca, who's with us here today, for the for her presentation and also for the contributions by those panelists who have joined us today. The strengthening of registries, tracing ammunition, and cooperation on criminal investigations are concrete steps that save lives. From Costa Rica, we would like to reiterate our commitment to the full implementation of CIFTA. We advocate for greater coordination between national authorities, police forces, public prosecutors, and customs officials. And in that line, I would also like to highlight that we, together with the Multidimensional Security Secretariat of the OAS and UNIDIR, want to see an exhaustive and systematic evaluation of arms and ammunitions management, and that would allow us to bring together that opportunity allowed us to bring together diverse national authorities and identify 7 priorities for moving forward, and I think that it's important to mention them today. Collaborating in a holistic way and systematically between national authorities, interoperability of information systems that back intelligence work. 3, institutional strengthening through training and regulatory compliance. 4, improving control points in order to prevent arms from entering the black market. 5, prevention programs from local points. 6, police strategies based on evidence. And 7, standardizing evidence, the way we process evidence to guarantee the chain of custody. We formally established the investigation unit in Costa Rica for munitions and firearms, UNITRAM. And this is an initiative that required full backing and solidarity from the international community in order to really bring our capacities up to snuff. Today, we have to reaffirm the spirit of the CIFTA as a shared responsibility, regional solidarity, and preventive action. Defending collective life and well-being, as well as peace, requires firm commitment, political will, and cooperation. Costa Rica will continue to work in this multilateral space to contribute to a region that is free of the scourge of illicit arms. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Ambassador from Bolivia, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The plurinational state of Bolivia echoes the words and the minute of silence to honor the lamentable death of Pope Francis. His legacy of kindness, peace, and love is an inspiration for humanity, and it goes beyond the Catholic faith and touches everyone. And we would also like to officially request the inclusion we had requested the inclusion of a point on our order of business to also honor the Father. Bolivia would also like to echo the words of condolences to Peru for the loss of Mario Vargas Llosa, who didn't only inspire Peru, but also all Latin Americans. For the topic at hand, we are thankful for the inclusion of this topic on the agenda to combat the illicit manufacture and trafficking in firearms from the General Assembly. This occasion is an opportunity to renew our commitment to regional security, peace, and our efforts to combat transnational organized crime, and we are thankful to Mexico, who is always so on top of this important topic. Mr. Chair, the Convention Against the Illicit Manufacturing and Smuggling of Firearms, Munitions, and other related items, CIFTA, is an essential tool. As a state party, we fully support the implementation of CIFTA, including the control and oversight mechanisms mentioned, and we also mention those contributions made by Madame Pieli de Luca, Dr. Cecilia Farfan, on the trends and the threats that are posed by Dr. Holton, as well as the role of the private sector to play in controlling and fighting this scourge. These perspectives are essential to create a multidimensional strategy that is efficient in response. We recognize that this illicit smuggling doesn't just increase violence, but also undermines institutions and affects groups that are already vulnerable, particularly in border areas. Our country has worked hard to strengthen its internal regulatory frameworks to control munitions, firearms, and related materials, but we do recognize that illicit trafficking requires sustained international cooperation, technical assistance, and, above all, political will that is shared. Bolivia reaffirms its position as a pacifist state as established in the Article 10 of our Constitution, and we actively promote a culture of peace that logically is anathema to the existence of these firearms. And we urge all member states to redouble their efforts on this shared cause. This is not just a day of commemoration, but it should be a turning point where we can reiterate our collective commitment to a region free of illicit trafficking of arms and in defense of human life. Thank you very much. Thank you. Guyana, you have the floor, Ambassador.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chairman, prominent representatives, Assistant Secretary General, the Guyana delegation thanks Mexico and the presenters and is happy to join in marking the observation of the Inter-American Day Against the Illicit Manufacturing of and Trafficking in Firearms by reaffirming its commitment to fighting illicit firearms proliferation. This commemoration serves as a reminder of the ongoing efforts within the region to combat this issue through cooperation and information sharing. Our collective efforts to combat illicit firearms proliferation are even more critical today, considering the increasing levels of crime and violence being experienced hemispherically and especially in the Caribbean region. For Guyana, and indeed for many countries across the hemisphere, the proliferation of illicit firearms is inextricably linked to rising levels of violent crime, transnational organized crime, and threats to public safety. In the Caribbean as elsewhere, the flow of illegal weapons fuels gang violence, undermines the rule of law, and threatens the well-being of our communities. Addressing this crisis requires a comprehensive, sustained, and coordinated response. Guyana is conscious that in becoming a recent oil producer with increased money flows, Guyana has attracted both good actors and bad actors at many levels greater than before. In this regard, Guyana reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the principles and objectives of SIFTA. We recognize that no single country can address this problem alone. The complexity and transnational nature of illicit arms manufacturing and trafficking demand collaborative solutions that hinge on robust information sharing, intelligence exchange, joint operations, and legal cooperation. To this end, Guyana actively participates in regional mechanisms designed to strengthen our capacities. We are working to modernize our border control systems, improve the traceability of firearms, and enhance interagency cooperation. We also seek to deepen our collaboration with partners across the hemisphere, including through the Caribbean Firearms Roadmap and other OAS-led initiatives. We welcome continued dialogue and technical assistance from international partners to build investigative capabilities, support law enforcement training, and promote legislative reform. Importantly, we must also engage civil society, communities, and youth in prevention efforts to reduce the demand for illicit weapons and to foster a culture of peace. Today's observance should serve as a recommitment and a call to action. Let us not allow our words to be mere formalities. Instead, let us translate our shared values into concrete measures that make a measurable difference in the lives of our citizens. In closing, we reiterate that Guyana stands ready to work alongside all member states to confront this common threat. Through unity, transparency, and resolve, we can curb the spread of illicit firearms and safeguard the security and stability of our hemisphere. Our approach in countering illicit firearms proliferation must be undergirded by collaborative frameworks that seek to leverage cooperation and information sharing. This approach will surely place us and the hemisphere on likely paths of success to win the fight against illicit firearms proliferation. I thank you, Chair.
Passo a palavra à delegação.
Thank you. Paraguay, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My delegation also expresses its condolences for the loss of Nobel laureate Vargas Llosa and Pope Francis, who was very close to the Paraguayan people, who will always remember him for his visit in 2015. Mr. Chair, the commemoration of the Inter-American Day against trafficking in firearms is of great importance because it shows our commitment to preventing armed violence in our hemisphere. CIFTA, as the main multilateral and regional tool for addressing the issue of proliferation and illicit smuggling of firearms and related materials, looks for solutions to shared challenges in our region through the promotion and establishment of controls and other tools for this scourge through actions that are coordinated on an international level. And that is why for Paraguay it is so important for us to continue to working on CIFTA in a coordinated, concerted manner to continue to develop national capacities and share information and best practices. This will allow us to move forward in planning and cutting off the manufacturing of illicit firearms, and effective control of licensing and implementation of rigorous controls for exportation and importation of firearms, munitions, explosives, and other related materials. Within that framework, Paraguay reaffirms its commitment to the ratification of such an important mechanism, and we will do our very best to prevent and reduce violence, armed violence, to make a more peaceful region. Thank you. Haiti, Ambassador, you have the floor. Mr. Chair, my delegation thanks you for including this on the order of business. We thank Mexico and to the panelists as well for the quality of their remarks. Mr. Chair, one of the main problems for our country and our region is criminality, which is augmented by trafficking in firearms. The rates of homicide in our region are some of the highest in the world and affect the most vulnerable. And firearms are disproportionately involved in armed conflicts. And in that context, Haiti has for many years faced a dramatic situation. Insecurity is exacerbated by the proliferation of firearms that are illegal, which is also fed by international organized crime. In the last 10 years, we have seen more than 200,000 victims of violence, many of whom were children. And this doesn't only threaten the stability of Haiti, but that of the entire region. And illicit trafficking undermines institutions and pushes our young people into lives of criminality, and that is why we are firmly committed to the Inter-American Convention, CIFTA, that my country ratified in 2007. It is an essential tool for cooperation to effectively fight against this phenomenon. But given the breadth of the challenge, concerted efforts are imperative. The Security Council of the UN's decision called for a firmer control on firearms into Haiti, and we also need greater control in ports against those actors who are involved in this trafficking, as well as those who manufacture those arms in countries beyond Haiti and who export their arms. We need to make further progress in disarmament and cutting these supplies to armed groups. And we are firmly committed and have been closely collaborating with the international community to have a strong and coordinated as well as sustainable response. This is essential for peace, stability, and the development of our people. Thank you very much. Guatemala, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My delegation would like to echo the condolences expressed today for the death of Pope Francis and Mr. Mario Vargas Llosa, incredible humans who have left a legacy for all of us to emulate. Guatemala also thanks Mexico for its chairship of the Conference of States Party to CIFTA, for including in today's order of business this commemoration of the Inter-American Day to combat illicit manufacturing and trafficking in firearms. We would also like to thank those who spoke for their important contributions on the topic that we are addressing today. My delegation joined the celebration on April 5th, which was a reminder that the scourge of firearms in our territory is increasingly imperative, and it affects the lives of men, women, and children. The proliferation of firearms and ammunitions and illicit markets drives conflict, increases violence, and contributes to drug trafficking and transnational organized crime. And these phenomena threaten the well-being of people, and they block the creation of the right factors for sustained economic growth. We've ratified CIFTA and are committed to regional and international peace and security, and we consider that this instrument, as well as other international tools and treaties on drugs trafficking, are key for closing this gap. The treaty on arms control is key and has the main goal of implementing efficient controls and preventing diversions. Mr. Chair, the various methods available to combat the illegal trafficking of firearms includes a recent law that developed specific factors, for example, titularity of firearms, which, according to our Constitution, is allowed. Our legislation aims to typify the various crimes perpetrated using firearms, and we have seen the promotion of information systems that are advanced to better track and control the arsenals in our country. In addition, we recognize the key support from the Multidimensional Security Department, the Department for Combating Transnational Organized Crime, for the technical assistance provided and institutional knowledge shared, which were essential for a better implementation of CIFTA.
We also highlight the gains made in the context of the program for assistance in for the control of firearms and munitions. And we also joined the roadmap of Central America and the Dominican Republic to prevent the trafficking of arms, munitions, explosives, and a conference held in Guatemala City on this topic on 19 and 20 March. We also think it's vital to continue strengthening the institutional capabilities of our countries to tackle in a coordinated and articulated fashion illicit trafficking in firearms munitions, explosives, and related materials. Thank you very much, Chair. I now give the floor to the delegation of Uruguay. Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, Uruguay would like to echo express its deep felt condolences upon the loss of Pope Francis, a messenger of peace and dialogue, and who was defended the great causes of humankind. We also extend our condolences upon the loss of the writer Mario Vargas Llosa. As regards the topic at hand, Uruguay would like to thank the fact that this panel was organized to mark the Inter-American Day against illicit manufacturing and trafficking of firearms, and we congratulate Mexico for this initiative and also the panelists for their excellent presentations. According to data provided by Amnesty International, more than 600 people die every day worldwide because of violence with firearms, and a large number of these deaths occur in our region, with a negative impact on the lives of millions of persons. Similarly, transnational flows of weapons are focused in the same hemisphere. According to the UNODC in its global study on trafficking of firearms, in the face of all that we have heard today, the marking of this day should invite us to continue coordinating our efforts to fight the scourge. Also, the global nature of the challenges associated with arms trafficking and their impact on hemispheric security requires greater coordination and exchange among our countries, in addition to transfer of technology and the technological knowledge necessary for implementing control policies. Uruguay, which is deeply committed to peace, the rule of law, and human rights, considers that preventing illicit trafficking in small and light weapons should pay special attention to those measures that make it possible to avoid unauthorized transfers. In this context, the new technologies pose both opportunities and challenges that call on us to act continuously. Common difficulties, such as those having to do with lasting marking of using polymers, problems of 3D printing of weapons for tracing. These are all issues that we need to take on together to favor international peace and security, and that is why my country calls for greater cooperation and technical assistance in this regard. Finally, I'd like to take this opportunity to reiterate the importance of the Inter-American Convention against international trafficking of firearms, munitions, explosives, and related materials as key for our coordination to deal with these issues. Also, Uruguay maintains an active role in discussions underway on follow-up to the UN Action Plan to prevent, combat, and eliminate illicit trafficking in small and light weapons in every respect. It constitutes a valuable instrument, and in this regard, we reaffirm our commitment to it and to the actions required to effectively implement it. Chair, Uruguay is convinced that working together we can go forward in fighting illicit arms trafficking in the region. It's imperative, it's urgent that we have results and without delay. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the delegation of the United States.
Thank you, Chair. Very briefly, the United States remains committed to combating illicit trafficking in firearms. Although we are not a state party to SIFTA, practices within the United States are consistent with those contained in SIFTA. We continue to encourage efforts taken at the regional, sub-regional, and national levels to combat illicit firearms trafficking. Thank you.
I now give the floor to the delegation of Ecuador. Ambassador, you have the floor. Thanks very much, Chair. My delegation joins the expressions of condolences which you indicated at the outset on behalf of the entire body. Those words of condolence, that is. Ecuador is grateful for the presentations made and recognize the efforts to control illicit manufacturing and trafficking in firearms throughout the region. No doubt this traffic is a hemisphere-wide threat in which multilateralism and hemispheric cooperation play a fundamental role. As several speakers have already indicated this morning, the illicit manufacturing and trafficking of firearms represents a threat to security, development, and human rights in this hemisphere. In the OAS member states, this issue has become especially relevant in recent decades because, among other factors, it drives armed violence, it strengthens transnational criminal structures, and it weakens institutions. The impact is profound and multidimensional. It is reflected in stepped-up homicides, forced displacement of communities, the proliferation of illegal economies, and erosion of citizen trust in the rule of law. The proliferation of weapons not only aggravates insecurity, but it also tends to undermine the rights of vulnerable populations, and it brings about a general deterioration in public security. Ecuador, as other delegations have done, recognizes the fundamental pillar of the Inter-American Convention against the illicit manufacture and trafficking of firearms, CIFTA, which represents a major stride forward for the hemisphere. The resolutions adopted by the General Assembly since the convention was signed also highlight the importance of strengthening regional cooperation, exchanges of information, technical assistance, and training to take on illicit arms trafficking. The seizure of firearms in Ecuador has gone up sharply in recent years, reflecting a strengthening of strategies for control and fighting of illicit trafficking. The sustained increase in seizures is evidence of how serious the problem has become, but also how the positive impact of security policies implemented and the institutional efforts made to do this. It also makes clear the magnitude of the illicit trafficking. To confront this crisis. The priority actions for 2024 and the roadmap proposed by the UN have led to reforms in Ecuador, improving legislation, bolstering institutional capabilities, and optimizing the tracking of illegal weapons. Ecuador participates actively in the action plan to fight illicit trafficking in small and light weapons in the Americas, PACOM, which has been recognized or mentioned time and again this morning, which has made it possible to access technical and financial support to improve control of weapons, strengthen the judiciary, and promote voluntary disarmament programs. Along these lines, Ecuador considers that a roadmap for the Andean region is also viable, as already exists in other subregions of the hemisphere. The problem of firearms transcends the boundaries of our countries and is really a global crisis. A considerable part are diverted to the illicit market due to corruption, robbery, and international contraband. This diversion makes it possible for the weapons to reach the hands of criminal groups, terrorists, and other actors who use them to carry out violent acts. The high demand for firearms is closely tied to the strengthening of transnational organized crime, which uses these to consolidate its territorial control, protect their illicit activities, and resolve internal disputes or disputes with others through violence. Because of this, and very categorically, we must strongly and implacably condemn and censure this trafficking. Ecuador reiterates its commitment to the principles of the Convention as well as the PACOM program, and it issues an appeal to all the member states to redouble our efforts to effectively implement it. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. I now give the floor to the delegation of Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you, Chair. The delegation of Trinidad and Tobago joins other member states in acknowledging and reiterating its commitment to collaborate and cooperate to address the devastating effects that result from the illicit manufacturing of and trafficking in firearms in our region. The illicit access to firearms from various sources, including illicit manufacturing and trafficking, has long been a long-standing challenge in the Caribbean region, posing significant threats to public safety and security. The proliferation of firearms, often associated with drug trafficking and organized crime, has contributed to high rates of violent crimes across several Caribbean countries. On average, over 70% of murders reported are committed by firearms, the majority of which originate elsewhere and are employed principally by gangs and in other criminal activities. The government of Trinidad and Tobago, in collaboration with regional and international partners, has undertaken several key initiatives and actions to address the proliferation of illicit firearms. There have also been great efforts in reinforcing regulatory frameworks governing firearms and ammunition, namely the Firearms Act and subsidiary firearms regulations, and the development of a firearms control bill which seeks to ensure our compliance with international regulations and aims to bring the country in line with the international firearms control instruments. The recent establishment of the Crime Gun Intelligence Unit, headquartered in Trinidad and Tobago, is also noteworthy. This unit is responsible for conducting intelligence-driven targeting of violent firearms offenders and acts as a central point of deconfliction and information sharing for member states. E-Trace and Integrated Ballistics Identification System are two platforms also utilized to generate reports from hits. E-Trace is a paperless firearms trace request submission system and trace analysis computer application readily accessible via the internet, which facilitates the identification of illicit firearms trafficking patterns. Further, regional initiatives to combat illicit firearms are being developed. In particular, the Regional Integrated Ballistic Information Network platform, which targets crime guns through the ballistic identification and sharing of information among law enforcement, border and customs control agencies of CARICOM member states, and ultimately with potential source countries. Also noteworthy is a two-day symposium on crime and violence as a public health issue hosted by CARICOM and the government of Trinidad and Tobago in April 2023 in Port of Spain. At the conclusion of this symposium, heads of CARICOM issued a declaration on the war on guns, through which they pledged to strengthen the legislative and institutional capacity to improve the respective systems that treat with gun violence, and agree to support Mexico on its legal action against the U.S. gun manufacturers and retailers. In 2019, the CARICOM heads of government adopted the Caribbean Priority Actions on addressing illicit trafficking of firearms, which gave rise to the regional roadmap for addressing Caribbean priority actions on the illicit proliferation of firearms and ammunition across the Caribbean in a sustainable manner by 2030. The roadmap seeks to address the issue of illicit proliferation of firearms and ammunition in the Caribbean through adopting sustainable solutions to control, eradicate, prevent, and prosecute the possession, proliferation, and misuse of firearms and ammunition. Trinidad and Tobago is currently working assiduously towards completing its national plan of action for this roadmap. Trinidad and Tobago has also played a leadership role in the Arms Trade Treaty since its inception and continues to be an active participant in its annual meetings and in the submission of annual reports. As a party to this treaty, Trinidad and Tobago demonstrates its commitment to international standards for regulating or improving the regulation of the international trade in conventional arms in order to prevent and eradicate illicit arms trafficking. Moreover, Trinidad and Tobago, as a signatory, reaffirms its dedication to collaborating with OAS member states to implement the Inter-American Convention against the illicit manufacturing of and trafficking in firearms, ammunition, explosives, and other related materials, to create a safer and more secure region for all member states. Chair, I thank you.
Não havendo mais pedidos de palavra.
There being no more requests for the floor, I'd like to thank you. Thank all of the panelists as well as the delegations for your contributions. I'd also like to thank the Permanent Mission of Mexico for its collaboration and commitment to carrying out this mandate. The chair suggests that the Permanent Council take note of the comments made, which will appear in the minutes of this session. There being no objections, it is so agreed. Agreed. The next point on the order of business was included at the request of delegations of Chile and Canada, contained in the note distributed as document CPINF 10538/25. I would like to greet and welcome Judge Nancy Hernandez Lopez. She is the President of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. Madam President, you have the floor.
You got it. Great.
No la escuchamos.
We cannot hear you. Good morning. First of all, I would join the condolences upon the death of His Holiness Pope Francis, whose life was he was so humble, defended the most vulnerable, and also on the passing of the Nobel laureate in literature, Mario Vargas Llosa. I extend greetings to the chair of the Permanent Council, the Assistant Secretary General, and all of the permanent representatives and all present. In resolutions of 27 November 2024 and 27 March of this year, in the matter of Juan Sebastián Chamorro et al. Versus Nicaragua, the court entrusted the president to make this presentation to the council regarding the situation of ongoing contempt by the state of Nicaragua in relation to the provisional measures that have been handed down in this case. On behalf of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, I'm grateful for this opportunity to report on the situation. In particular, I thank the permanent missions of Chile and Canada for having promoted the inclusion of this item on the order of business and the countries that accompany that proposal. And so I appear here for the purpose of reporting on the ongoing contempt of the state of Nicaragua in relation to resolutions issued by this court in favor of the beneficiaries of those measures, which are aimed at protecting the lives and integrity of hundreds of persons facing serious human rights violations. From June 2021 into March of 2025, the court has issued 19 provisional measures resolutions, including urgent measures, to favor 122 persons in this matter. These resolutions ordered the Nicaraguan state to immediately adopt measures to guarantee the life, integrity, health, and liberty of the beneficiaries as actual situations of risk, urgency, and gravity have been verified. As of 27 March 2025, 15 persons continue to be deprived of liberty in extreme conditions with very serious consequences for their fundamental rights. The court has found that these deprivations of liberty do not answer to legitimate criminal justice aims, but rather fit within a logic of political repression that is incompatible with the basic standards of the rule of law. Persons subject to measures, in the case of Juan Sebastián Chamorro et al., 107 beneficiaries were released and expelled from the country. They were sent to or ended up in states such as the United States, Guatemala, and the Vatican City. Many of these persons do not have identification papers. Their nationality has been revoked. Their property is confiscated. Their degrees and birth records have been annulled, among others. These actions have provoked situations of statelessness and extreme vulnerability, which constitute contemporary forms of what the court has called civil death, as indicated in its resolutions. And despite the seriousness of this context, the state of Nicaragua has not provided any information whatsoever to show that it is carrying out the provisional measures. For this reason, this court, last February 4th, called a public hearing on this topic, in which the Inter-American Commission appeared, as well as representatives of the beneficiaries. The state of Nicaragua did not appear, nor did it present the reports required by the court. This conduct is evidence of open and systematic breach of its international obligations. In the face of this situation, the court appears before this council today pursuant to the mandate established in Article 65 of the American Convention on Human Rights, which provides that the court has the duty to report to the OAS those cases in which a state has not carried out its decisions. And this, as you know, is a procedure that is not optional for the court. It's a legal duty set out in the above-cited provision, and it stems from the principle of collective guarantee that has been developed by the court in its case law and that has been picked up expressly in its advisory opinion 26/20. This principle, as you know, recognizes that the American Convention is a human rights treaty with a collective object and purpose, whose implementation is of interest to all of the states party as well as all the member states of the OAS insofar as it constitutes one of the essential pillars of this regional system. I'd like to recall that even though Nicaragua denounced the charter of the OAS, it has not denounced the American Convention, and thus the obligations that stem from that treaty continue to be fully in force. The court has expressly noted that a state party can only separate itself from the convention by observing the provisions of the treaty itself. That has not happened in this case. Now, of course, the charter of the OAS at Article 3 recognizes that respect for fundamental human rights without any discrimination is one of the fundamental principles of the Inter-American Order. And at Article 106, it establishes that the Inter-American Court is the principal organ for interpretation and application of the American Convention. Therefore, contempt for its decisions directly erodes the legal and political fabric on which this organization is based. Therefore, persistent breach or failure to implement the provisional measures by Nicaragua constitutes a structural violation of the Inter-American legal order, which requires a coordinated, legitimate, and proportional response by the community of states that make up this organization. Accordingly, the state issues a respectful yet firm appeal to the member states of the OAS so that within the framework of their competences and international obligations, they may help mitigate the humanitarian and legal consequences that those persons face, many of whom, as I mentioned, today lack any nationality, documents, or access to basic human rights. As several of the beneficiaries of these measures indicated at the hearing held last February 4th, even though the state of Nicaragua has not carried out these measures, the measures were the only light of hope, and the feeling of not being alone, knowing that outside there were institutions and organizations fighting for their freedom. We encourage the member states to actively monitor the situation of these persons in the exercise of the Inter-American principle of solidarity and in carrying out the common duty to protect human dignity, which is a cornerstone of the regional system, and to give impetus to timely institutional actions pursuant to our shared responsibility as an international legal community committed to democracy, peace, and human rights. Thank you very much for your attention, and we are here for any to hear any remarks, or if anyone wishes to seek clarification. I offer the floor to any delegation that wishes to speak to this point of the agenda. I offer the floor to the delegation of Canada. Thank you, Chair. My delegation would like to join the message of condolence upon the passing of His Holiness Pope Francis, and with respect to Peru, upon the passing of Mario Vargas Llosa. We must thank Judge Hernandez Lopez of the court for the crucial presentation she has made today. Canada is concerned by the continuing contempt of the government of Nicaragua with respect to the provisional measures adopted by the Inter-American Court. The denunciation of Nicaragua of 18 March of the Convention on the Status of the Central American Court of Justice clearly shows that the regime seeks to avoid having to be accountable to anyone.
This was further evidenced on March 26, when the UN Human Rights Council convened to consider the outcome of Nicaragua's Universal Periodic Review, but the Nicaraguan delegation decided not to attend. Nicaragua's earlier disengagement from the UNHCR and related activities certainly sets a worrying tone. The presentation you have outlined today is a significant contribution towards achieving justice and accountability for human rights violations perpetrated by the Ortega Murillo regime. Canada reiterates our wish that the OAS continue to pay attention to what is happening in the country. Even if it is no longer a part of this organization, Nicaragua must still abide by its international obligations. Political freedom, respect for rule of law, and the rights of all people, including indigenous communities, are the cornerstones of healthy democratic societies. As members of the OAS, we are committed to upholding the principles enshrined in the Inter-American Democratic Charter. Without any doubt, there is a great need to increase support to Nicaraguan organizations and independent media, which continue to make efforts to record and denounce the serious human rights crisis in the country. The gravity of the situation in Nicaragua calls for a united and decisive response. Let us work together to uphold the principles of human rights and justice and stand in solidarity with the people of Nicaragua. Thank you, Chair.
I now give the floor to the delegation of Costa Rica. Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. Judge Nancy Hernandez, President of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. Delegates, good morning to all. On behalf of Costa Rica, we express our thanks to the President of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, Judge Nancy Hernandez, for the presentation of this report. Once again, she describes the essential role, or she shows the central role played by the court as a pillar of our regional system for the protection of human rights. Costa Rica, as the country that hosts the court, and as a state historically committed to human rights, the defense of international law, and democratic values, reiterates its firmest support for the work of this high-level court, whose judgments and provisional measures are binding and must be fully carried out by the member states. The report that we've heard today is not only a rendering of accounts, but also an urgent appeal to the collective conscience of our organization. We're profoundly concerned by the situation of reiterated contempt by the state of Nicaragua vis-a-vis the decisions of the court, in particular with regard to the failure to carry out the provisional measures in the case of Juan Sebastián Chamorro and other beneficiaries. The court has been clear and hard-hitting in its resolution of November 2024. It declared that the persons protected find themselves in a situation of absolute lack of protection. This expression, which we can't turn our eyes away from, requires that as an inter-American community we activate without any ambiguity or delay the mechanisms established by the American Convention on Human Rights to this end. In this regard, Costa Rica highlights the importance of Article 65 of the Convention, which confers on the OAS General Assembly a shared responsibility, collective guarantee. This article is not merely declaratory. Rather, it authorizes the states to act when one of our own systematically and deliberately ignores the decisions of this high-level regional court. Contempt is not a merely technical or procedural matter. Rather, it is a direct threat to the legitimacy of the inter-American system and to the judicial security of millions of people in our region. Ignoring a judgment of the court means one is ignoring the victims, undermining the democratic institutional framework, and weakening the full set of principles that unites us as a community. For this reason, we celebrate the initiative of the permanent missions of Chile and Canada on seeking inclusion of this item on the agenda of today's Permanent Council meeting, with the aim of ensuring that this issue stays on our regional agenda and to facilitate a political forum for follow-up evaluation and accountability. We also value the accompaniment of those states that participate actively in the group to follow up on the situation in Nicaragua. Costa Rica is part of that group. From there, we have recognized without hesitation that indifference in the face of contempt erodes a valuable legal tool that we have available to us for carrying out these judgments and provisional measures. We have to use this tool in order to uphold those obligations that are contained in the American Convention on Human Rights. Chairman, as the host country, Costa Rica can attest firsthand to the independence and legal rigor with which the Inter-American Court acts. But its strength resides not only in its decisions, but also in the diplomacy and political will of the states to enforce them. Today, we reaffirm our commitment to continue accompanying this court, to advocate for respect for its decisions, and to work with the member states to construct a collective, decisive, and coherent response to the challenges that the system is facing. Shutting our eyes in the face of this contempt would be tantamount to abdicating our common responsibility. So let us honor the mandate contained in the American Convention and in our shared history, because defending the decisions of the court is defending the victims, the truth, and the hope for justice, all of which should prevail in the Americas. Thank you very much, Chair.
Paraguay, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I would like to thank the chair of the court for this important presentation. The court has warned of this systematic contempt in the face of its decisions on the part of the Nicaraguan authorities, and so in its last regular sessions, Paraguay expressed alarm at the situation and despite the fact that Nicaragua is no longer a part of the OAS, it is still obligated to follow the American Charter, and the court's authority has been recognized by that country. However, this permanent contempt on the part of Nicaragua and the lack of protections for the people, the beneficiaries of these provisional methods laid down by the court, leaves us no choice but to enforce and follow up on the contempt on these measures. This is a situation that deeply worries us. For Paraguay, the member states and states party to the court have the responsibility to make sure that every person who is supposed to be a beneficiary of these protections, regardless of their origins, have full dignity and human rights within the framework of the OAS and sovereignty, while trying to respect non-intervention when possible. We're working for a regional system that would focus on protecting human rights and fundamental rights. However, there are states that have had challenges in implementing the sentences and judgments laid down by the court. We believe that political will is essential to do so. The willingness to, in good faith, respond and appropriately follow the decisions is, after all, an absolutely essential duty for the effective managing of the system and also protection of human rights. And that is why Nicaragua's contempt affects all member states, because it limits the system's ability and also undermines the well-being and physical safety of those people who most need protection. In order to wrap up, we make an urgent call on Nicaragua to comply with these provisional measures and the decisions laid out by the court. And we hope that we will be able to protect these people who have been whose rights have been further violated. Chile, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for including this topic, and to the head of the court, Madam Hernandez. Chile is part of the delegations that made this request to be included today. First, following the mandate to report on the situation to the Permanent Council, as part of our obligations within the American system, the court has to also make this report to the General Assembly in June. But what we see is that the designation of this item itself highlights one particular element, and that it's difficult to put into words. What the court has indicated is that this is permanent contempt and lack of protection for the beneficiaries of these provisional measures. That's the title. But there's a key here that I think we have to mention, and that's the lack of protections for the victims. And I ask here those member states here present that make up this organization, and that is, what do we do when the contempt on the part of a government in the face of the inter-American system, given our collective responsibility, leaves victims in such grave vulnerability? When do we have responsibility, and what do we do? So here we have another question to answer. It's not just what do we do, but how. And the instruments that we've created for ourselves remind us that we have the collective guarantee, which falls on all of us. And I highlight that it is the responsibility of all states in the hemisphere, not just those that are in contempt, but all member states to guarantee and enforce respect of human rights, because it is only thus that we will be able to have a useful instrument, and it won't just be empty words in these meetings. And so, in the words of the court itself, I quote, "Given the nature of human rights and the link between an individual and the state, the collective guarantee also aims to make sure that people who are under the state's jurisdiction are not left without a minimum threshold of human rights protections." And that is why, Mr. Chair, the presentation on the part of the court, and we would like to thank them wholeheartedly, reminds us that it's not just a formal obligation here that brings us together, but also these are violations, concrete violations of people who have names and histories and places in their society. This is our collective responsibility, both individually and collectively, to address. And respectfully and in a spirit of dialogue and collaboration, I think that every time we see contempt, the member states here present have to be attentive and make an effort to make sure that the situation is corrected. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Brazil, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to first thank the chair of the court, Judge Nancy Hernandez, for her report on the situation, the human rights violations going on in Nicaragua, and also the description of the decisions. Brazil has been worried by the situation in Nicaragua, particularly the erosion of civil and constitutional rights due to changes made to the Constitution that could aggravate the issue at hand. We see clear mandates, and we think that today's debate should focus on a topic that is of interest to all: the respect for the agreements and treaties that make up the inter-American system, particularly the question of contempt by Nicaragua of the provisional measures handed down by the court. This is a foundation of the inter-American system, the court, and is the base on which we have built the 4 pillars of the organization. And so it's important to recognize that the Inter-American Court is a hands-down binding decisions that all member states that have ratified it must abide by to protect human rights and fundamental freedoms in the region. We believe, as a result, that one single session for this case is not sufficient, because we've seen this come up time and time again. We have to insist on cooperation and dialogue as keys for solving this situation in a durable manner. And it also depends on the will of countries involved. Mr. Chair, the continuing contempt is worrisome because these are human rights we're talking about, and as a result, we want to see Nicaragua take concrete steps to comply with what was agreed upon in the Human Rights Convention. And we wrap up by making a general call and a commitment on our part, and we demand that Nicaragua, and I think this is valid for all of us to demand this, and for all countries in the region, to take the necessary measures to make sure that we uphold the inter-American system, we have to put this into practice. Thank you very much. Uruguay, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Uruguay would like to thank the President of the Court, Judge Nancy Hernandez Lopez, for your presentation on the ongoing contempt and lack of protection for the beneficiaries of this case in Nicaragua. Uruguay would like to show its worry for the growing deterioration of human rights in this country and the widening of political persecution and dissidence, and this has caused further erosion of civic spaces. The group of experts for human rights under the UN highlighted different abuses and persecution that's being perpetrated by the Nicaraguan government. And we highlight the violence suffered particularly by women because of the lack of respect for human rights, and as well as the attacks on reproductive and sexual freedoms. The Special Rapporteur of the UN on the situation on human rights and the Committee Against Discrimination Against Women has mentioned many cases related, and that is why we make another call for the Nicaraguan government to take concrete steps to comply with the decisions handed down by the court. Mr. Chair, finally, we would like to highlight that there are multifaceted factors involved in this problem that we've seen since 2018. We want to see a different path forward, and we call on democratic and civic spaces to be strengthened, the rule of law to be better respected, and for political dissidents to no longer be persecuted. Thank you. United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank Canada and Chile for bringing this matter before the OAS Permanent Council. I'd also thank Judge Hernandez for her remarks and for the continued work of the court on this issue. As we have stated before, the United States strongly condemns Ortega and Murillo's continued abuses of human rights and their consolidation of authoritarian, indeed dynastic, rule. April 18th marked the 7th anniversary of the dictatorship's brutal response to the protests throughout the country, which left more than 300 dead. This past April 18th also coincided with Holy Week, a sacred time for many in Nicaragua, historically celebrated with religious processions. For yet another year, Ortega and Murillo and their authorities prevented such religious processions from taking place, threatening to imprison or expel anyone who dared to worship publicly. We find these transgressions against the religious freedom of Nicaraguans to be outrageous and indicative of Ortega and Murillo's fear of their own people. Similarly, Ortega and Murillo's efforts to destroy civil society and their moves to strip the citizenship of or hound into exile anyone whom they perceive to threaten their grip on power, these efforts are deplorable. Ortega and Murillo should allow these individuals to return as Nicaraguans to their country, free from fear or threat of reprisal. We continue to implore Nicaraguan authorities to reverse course and to respect human rights and the rule of law. Thank you, Chair.
Not seeing any further requests for the floor, I would like to thank the chair of the Inter-American Court for her presentation and also the delegations that have taken the floor. I suggest that we take note of the presentations made, which will be made available, and is so agreed. On this following point, following a request by Haiti, we commemorate the bicentennial of the ordinances of Charles X on the indemnity that Haiti had to pay. There is a pre-recorded video followed by a presentation by the delegation of Haiti, and it is an honor to first give the word to Mr. Resume, who is the permanent representative of Haiti, Madam, to the OAS. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, alternate representatives, on April 17th, the Transitional Presidential Council, or CPT in French, commemorated the 200 years of the ordinances of Charles X in 1825, that in order for Haiti to be free required a colossal indemnity. That commemoration reinforces the CPT's commitment to dialogues with France in order to find restitution for those flows that were once called the debt of independence and the reparations for the wrongs done to this country. My dear colleagues, I have the honor of requesting that, or inviting you to listen to Leslie Voltaire and his words, chair of the Transitionary Council on the ransom of independence for Haiti. Ladies and gentlemen, slavery is a crime against humanity recognized by the French state, and Haiti is a unique former colony that was required to pay an indemnity for its freedom in order to cast off the slavery. And after many had lost their lives struggling for freedom, this year we commemorate 200 years of the imposition of that indemnity. And this year, April 2025, we commemorate the arrival of 4 warships that threatened the main port of Haiti and imposed a ransom of 150 million gold francs, about many millions of dollars in adjusted for inflation in today's dollars, in order to pay former colonists for their lost plantations and revenue. This has been recognized by European governments. The equivalent is now in the billions of dollars after 200 years of paying interest and principal. And we had to pay it for all of the 19th and much of the 20th century. And we also had to pay partial payments in coffee and other goods, construction, wood, and we also had reduced customs duties, which led to the destruction of our environment and our economy. This is a ransom that the Haitian people paid for 200 years until 1952, which is the date at which we paid our last interest payment. Unfortunately, the payment of that ransom has had serious implications for the Haitian people and led to great impoverishment. It significantly undermined our economic development. The process of consolidating the debt just a few years ago showed the dishonest and rather evil, if I might say, actions that led to forcing these payments by different players, both inside Haiti and out. Politicians, who knows where we would be had we not had to pay that ransom. And as a result, today, in April 2025, we are sending a clear message to the different members of the international community. Haiti, it demands restitution for that ransom and reparations for the wrongs wrought by slavery during previous centuries. And that is why Since August 4th of 2024, in CARICOM and other organizations, we have made these demands for restitution. This is absolutely necessary so that our nation can continue or move on to a path towards prosperity and peace. And our transitionary presidential council calls on all international organizations, citizens, illustrious artists to use their voice, their work to make our demands known. I cannot continue or wrap up without honoring the lives of those who fought tirelessly for liberty. We saw the formation by President Chirac as a result of our community's tireless work for liberty and to fight against this ransom. And I would also like to honor the Foundation for the Memory of Slavery, who has helped us to face this horrible legacy. And I would also like to recognize all those who lost their lives and who continue to struggle to correct an injustice made against a people whose only crime was fighting for liberty. And finally, we see here a commemoration of this bicentennial, and I hope that we will see our demands met.
Muito obrigado. A seguir, tenho a satisfação de cumprimentar e conceder a palavra ao Dr.
Thank you. It is an honor to give the floor to Thomas Lalim. Mr. Lalim, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. My remarks will be brief, and they will focus on one of the factors mentioned by the President of the Transitionary Council, that is the debt or ransom of independence, and how that has undermined Haiti's economic development. I just have 4 main slides, and then focusing on the ransom, the financial oppression as a result, the cost of the embargo that was imposed by France, and also the legacy of institutional colonialism in our country. Very briefly, when it comes to the opportunity costs, I have a question that we often ask ourselves, and that was posed by the President of the Transitionary Council. If Haiti had not had to pay the ransom and the interest on the debt incurred through the French bank to pay that debt, what would it have been able to do in terms of development? That's my first point. Many think that Haiti would have been able to build necessary infrastructure for its economic development: roads, bridges, airports, ports, these important infrastructure projects that are lacking in our country. We might have also been able to make investments in education through building networks, primary schools, secondary, and also public universities. We might have been able to build a public health system that was more efficient, hospitals in each of our communities, for example. Even in the most distant or poorest. And we also have to mention that before incurring that debt, Haiti was required to invest in the fortification in order to protect itself against a possible future attack from an armed France. And so that further undermined our ability to develop as a young nation. So we were protecting against further attacks. One of the responses to all these questions that I've been posing, the New York Times published Colombia as a counterfactual. If we didn't have that context, we might have been able to compare ourselves, in other words, to Colombia in terms of development, who at that time was a country with a similar economy. The second point that I would like to touch with you is the financial oppression. And in order to highlight this, I'd like to quote or cite a study that was done by Thomas Piketty and one of his former students, Simon Henochberg. And they clearly showed that the great powers, particularly France, had a significant negative impact on economic development in Haiti through military oppression, first and foremost, but also through financial oppression, such as the debt, which represented 300% of our GDP in 1825. And so the debt, according to Piketty and his co-authors, was another form of slavery, and we see elevated inflation in Haiti as a result of this monetary instability that was a result. And I could underline here that financial extraction in Haiti before independence was about 70% of its GDP, but after independence it was 5% because of the debt that it was obliged to incur. And so that debt has caused serious political and social instability. It embedded poverty in our country, and it was another form of slavery, and we still see the results today. The cost of the embargo, third point, and the reduction in customs duties. Here we can see that we had to export so much of our natural resources, and we see an obligation here to reduce our customs duties by 50% under conditions that were demanded by Charles X. And we saw a 50% reduction on all customs duties to France. So that reduction meant that was that much less money that we were able to earn from those goods coming in and going out. And then there was another embargo in 1991 on Haiti. And to give you an example, there was one earlier in 1991, and we saw there a serious reduction in the GDP each year following the embargo. And in total, it reduced our GDP by 22.6%. So next slide. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide, but I would rather like to focus on the institutional legacy of colonialism in Haiti.
I'd ask you to please wind up your presentation. Well, I will conclude by saying that the institutional colonial legacy, which persists till this day based on extractive institutions that French colonialism installed in Haiti, and which unfortunately we continue to suffer enormously from that. Thank you very much. Next, I would give the floor to Fristum, who is president of the Haitian National Committee for Restoration. Welcome, and you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to be able to participate at this important meeting on occasion of the bicentennial of the establishment of what has come to be called the Debt of Independence. I thank you and the mission of Haiti. I thank you for the invitation. I'd like to organize my remarks around one fundamental question. Why must Haiti claim restitution of its independence debt? Initially, or in a second, I will talk about the recent statement of the French president on this issue. I would note that President Macron could have done better. And finally, I will invite the members of the OAS to be in solidarity with the OAS in its fight before proposing the implementation of an OAS working group on this issue. Why must we call for restitution of the independence debt? Well, there are several main reasons that inspire us. First, it's ransom, not a debt. The indemnity was accepted without any conditions under the threat of 14 ships and several cannons pointed at Port-au-Prince. This was really a threefold ransom: the ransom of the indemnity of the interests and bank commissions, which were usurious, and the ransom of preferential customs duties that were exorbitant. This was immoral, unjust, illegitimate. Several French presidents, from Jacques Chirac to Macron, have said so, including Hollande as well. And then there's a huge weight that has been imposed on Haiti. My colleague just clarified that. Since this imposition, Haiti is known an infernal cycle, triangular cycle, recurrent economic crises, underdevelopment, and dependence on many fronts, of which it is still a prisoner, and this largely explains the current situation. The fourth reason why one must call for restitution is that France has benefited so much. The fifth reason is perhaps the most fundamental. We speak of a country that has been impoverished and that even asks about its very survival. The institution of this ransom, without conditions of autonomy or transparency, is punitive, limiting harmonious development that would be self-centered and self-dynamic. Traditional development aid and its conditionalities, and this has been mortal assistance as characterized by a filmmaker. So the major reason justifying the restitution, second, I'd like to denounce the statement by President Emmanuel Macron on the occasion of the bicentennial of the establishment of the debt, saying that that statement did not really reach the logical conclusion of its promise. The president recognized that it was imposed, that it was unjust, illegal, and immoral, that it has caused a huge harm to the Haitian nation from the time of its establishment. And he himself said, and I quote, that it was a revolution that was in line with 1789 revolution, reaffirming the universal principles of fraternity, equality, and liberty. The words of Macron has, however, we need not only reparation, but also President Macron also decided that a commission is to be established, a commission of multidisciplinary commission of historians who are going to examine that issue. And they're going to submit a report to that commission. There are many points to be discussed. What's the amount to be restored or restitution, to be paid in restitution? Would it be millions or billions? What would the financial consequences be? Therefore, this is very important for achieving the reconstruction and development that is sought for a country to be able to rebuild. This is why the National Committee has established a reparations committee as between France and Haiti. And this is looking at the historical conditions that have affected the country, and therefore the dialogue is going to be very important for us as an OAS member. We should all contribute with some direct or indirect support for freedom from this slavery, which is a legacy from the times of the colony. For us, for example, as happened in Mexico and other and the revolutionaries of our country, we want to recall what they represent for the whole world and for us: justice, liberty, and fraternity. And in this regard, it's important to mention that the OAS should establish such a working group so that the working group as between France and Haiti and other interested countries can discuss the issues for us to be able to overcome our trauma of the past. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. I now offer the floor to those delegations that wish to speak to this point of our order of business.
Delegação do Haiti.
The delegation of Haiti. Ambassador, you have the floor. I'll yield to France so that France could speak first. France is an observer delegation. The protocol is that the delegations that have preference are the member states, Madam Ambassador. I would like to respectfully remind the President that we're grateful to have this point included on the agenda. Chairman, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, the delegation of Haiti would like to thank the chairman of the Permanent Council for having included in the order of business this regular session this point, the bicentennial of the Ordinance of Charles X on the indemnity of Haiti, 17 April 1825, 17 April 2025. My delegation has taken note of the various presentations made by our panelists. On behalf of the government of Haiti, I thank them for their participation in the session and congratulate them for the quality of their remarks on this very important topic for our country and the descendants of a people who were enslaved. The apocalyptic devastation currently being experienced in Haiti is not by chance. It is the inevitable denouement of 200-plus years of what has been imposed by the most powerful nations of the world on Haiti. This is manifested in ostracism, isolation, diplomatic quarantine, blockade, economic embargoes, commercial or trade barriers, military invasion, armed subversion supported by outside actors, and slanderous media coverage. This has all pushed Haiti to seek to attain, or has kept Haiti from attaining the prosperity and stability that any country aspires to. Certainly you've never heard the name of Haiti pronounced without it being followed by poorest country of the Western Hemisphere, as if it were part of its name. Therefore, Haiti is not the poorest country in the hemisphere. Haiti is rich, yet at the same time, it is a country that is and continues to be the most deliberately impoverished one, because poverty and misery in Haiti have resulted, has turned out to be an industry for the Western world. There are any number of persons and companies, countries, international organizations, and even humanitarian organizations that have benefited from the poverty, misery, and violence that has been inflicted upon the Haitian people. In Haiti was the first in 1803 to abolish slavery. But instead of enjoying admiration and gratitude for its unprecedented services on behalf of universal liberation of humanity, Haiti was a victim of the most abominable practices of humankind, which has led to the world call for reparations, which is still the main social movement in the 21st century, and is precisely because it has broken down the world order that was imposed for 4 centuries, slavery. That is why Haiti has been ostracized, and its power and sovereignty have been undermined. Its capability to survive economically and independently have been undermined. Despite this persecution, Haiti has not only freed itself, but it also contributed to the independence of any number of other countries, particularly in South America. The Haitian Revolution was an upheaval that shook the foundations of the Atlantic world. It was the longest liberation world, and it was a most complete case study of revolutionary change in the history of the modern world. This revolution was social, economic, and political, and it remains the sole example of independence and emancipation at the same time. In 1948, after World War II, a century and a half after Haitians enacted a constitution based on the fundamental concept of a common humankind, affirmed the legality of every person without distinction based on color, race, sex, profession, status, or origin. Then the United Nations adopted a Bill of Human Rights. It was the first independent nation of Latin America and only the second in the New World. Haiti faced slave Jean-Jacques Saline, the first president of independent Haiti, had the challenge of the 1825 Constitution that all Africans who would step on Haitian territory would recover their freedom, citizenship, protection of Haiti. And this was opposed to the Maroons in other parts of the Caribbean who were returned to the slaveholders' plantations so that the British colonizers would leave their community in peace. The imperial powers found that the world economic order based on slavery would inevitably collapse once Haiti had created the first harbor of freedom for slaves who had fled. France, aware that it could not dominate the Haitians on the battlefield, they created a sanitary cordon around Haiti. In other words, Haiti was put in a quarantine so that others would not follow its example. No foreign country recognized the sovereignty of Haiti or established relations with it. There were constant threats at the Haitian coast. The West, which was had slavery, understood that they needed to annihilate the Black Republic to survive as they were. The young nascent nation of Haiti faced constraints. France acted. It ended up in a situation in which it was led to chronic underdevelopment and instability. There was a neocolonial situation that provoked its underdevelopment for more than a century. And therefore, we want to open the way to freedom amidst for all of humankind. That this was the promise, like the Greek god. Well, we were always tied to a rock that we had to carry with us. This is the oppression we've suffered in Haiti, and therefore, since it is, this is like eternal torture. This is a fundamental history for all countries that have suffered the slave trade. It is evident that it will not be possible to reduce poverty immediately if we don't attack and fully take on the deep historical causes. Reducing poverty needs to incorporate the idea that poverty in Haiti and the injustices have resulted from the system that was imposed on it and from slavery. And therefore, the request for reparations and restitution is fundamental as a matter of human rights and justice in order to correct the historic injustices. Historical partners should accompany Haiti for this demand for restitution. Is in relation to this debt or this ransom for independence, but all based on justice and international human rights. The United Nations, the OAS, the African Union have issued any number of resolutions and decisions recognizing the historic injustices and the debt owed to Haiti. Therefore, an international movement is mobilizing to be able to repay that historic debt and correct the errors of the past. Declarations relate not only to Haiti, but all countries in which we have seen that we need to join the world working all together. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that it is very good that this commemoration is on the agenda today because we need to be reminded of our history in this Western Hemisphere. Many things have passed, and sometimes we don't understand how countries are behaving or what they have gone through if we don't know the history. And especially Haiti as the first country of which had independence as a former slave country. They have been idolized by many, at least Caribbean states, because of that. But at the same time, we have often seen that it's not so easy to develop such a country, and it has historical roots, and it has been explained by this commemoration, one of the historical roots. Suriname became independent in 1975, and upon independence, we got a golden handshake from the Dutch, worth about $2 billion US. So that was a different situation. Still, in 5 years, within 5 years, we had a military coup. So it's not always that, you know, things work out for the best. It's not always only money. But in the case of Haiti, I think that injustice was done. And I'm glad that at least President Macron has acknowledged that this should be investigated further. So we are looking forward to this investigation and what it comes to. Thank you, Mr. President.
Passo a palavra para a delegação.
I now give the floor to the observer delegation from France. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, we thank the delegation of Haiti for having sought the inclusion of this point on the order of business. It is an important subject for the President of the French Republic, who has published a communique on last 17 April. 2025 is a very particular year for Haitian-French relations. In effect, it is the 200th anniversary of French recognition of Haitian independence and of the establishment of diplomatic relations as between our two countries. 17 April 1825 by ordinance, Charles X, the King of France, recognized the independence of Haiti at the same time and imposing a very heavy burden on it. Despite its winning of its independence in 1804, the last King of France, in exchange for recognition and the end of hostilities, subjected the people of Haiti to a heavy financial indemnity, the payment of which would be dragged out over many decades. As the President of the Republic indicated on April 17th, a mixed commission, French-Haitian, will be created soon. It will undertake a review of our common past to clarify all of the various dimensions thereof, recognizing that truth of history we refuse to forget or let it disappear. France recognizes its responsibility. We want to assume our part in constructing this very difficult memory for Haiti that began in 1825. It's essential for each and every one of us. We need to look clearly at what has been done and what we have been. In doing so, we reaffirm what we want to become. By reviewing together our common past, we will also create the conditions for renewing our relationship and for building a new shared destiny. The mixed commission, Haiti-France, that will soon be established will be made up of French and Haitian historians. It will be co-chaired by Mr. Yves Saint-Jour on the French side and Madame Gusty Claret-Boucher for Haiti. Once its work has been done, it will propose to the two governments a set of recommendations with a view to lay the basis for a more peaceful future. It will be an essential effort. Whatever the pain may be, we must say what has happened and give it a name in order to be able to continue our common history. Thanks to the commission announced by President Emmanuel Macron, we will be able to better transmit in Haiti and or better convey in both France and Haiti the history that unites our two countries. We'll also be able to reinforce educational and cultural cooperation and construct a renewed relationship between France and Haiti based on respect and solidarity. Thank you very much. There being no other delegations seeking the floor, I wish to express our gratitude to the distinguished speakers for their presentations and likewise the delegations for their contributions. I see that St. Kitts and Nevis has asked for the floor at this point. Is that right?
With sincere apologies. I actually was in another conversation. St. Kitts and Nevis had a presentation on the Haiti matter. Is there any chance I would be able to deliver it?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. St. Kitts and Nevis solemnly marks the bicentennial of an act of profound historical and moral consequence, one that continues to cast a long shadow across our hemisphere. 200 years ago, the fledgling Republic of Haiti, born of a revolution that struck a decisive blow against inhumanity of slavery, was coerced into signing an ordinance issued by King Charles X of France under threat of war and the reimposition of bondage. This demand remains one of the earliest and most egregious examples of economic coercion against a sovereign state, an unbearable burden of a nation that had already sacrificed so much in its fight for liberty, dignity, and self-determination. If slavery itself was one of the greatest moral atrocities perpetrated, and it is, the imposed indemnity deepened that atrocity, transforming the celebration of emancipation into a prolonged punishment. Haiti, a nation that had dared to imagine and enact freedom, found itself shackled not by iron chains, but by an unjust and ruinous debt that siphoned away its economic future for more than a century. Distinguished colleagues, the tragedy is not confined to history. The effects of this injustice continue to echo through Haiti's reality. The resilience of the Haitian people remains awe-inspiring, yet the compounding pressures of political instability, natural disasters, and structural poverty are made all the more acute by this foundational legacy of imposed disadvantage. We must therefore see this bicentennial not merely as a moment to reflect, but as a call to reckon and to recognize that the prosperity of some was built on the extraction and exploitation of others. It is a call to acknowledge the resilience and contribution of Haiti, not as a failed state, but as a nation whose potential was persistently and systematically constrained. It is a call to confront the unfinished work of justice in the Americas. What might Haiti have become? What might it still become had it been allowed to flourish without the weight of an unjust debt? Might it have stood today as a stabilizing force, a prosperous and peaceful beacon of leadership in the Americas? These are questions that history cannot answer, but which we must never stop asking. As we confront the many challenges facing our region, conflict, inequity, migration, climate change, let us ensure that the example of Haiti is never again repeated. Let us commit to creating an inter-American system that values fairness over force, cooperation over coercion, and dignity over dominance. On this solemn anniversary, St. Kitts and Nevis stands in solidarity with the people of Haiti. We honor their sacrifices, acknowledge the injustice they endured, and affirm their rightful place as a vital and respected member of the hemispheric family. May this commemoration renew our collective commitment to the ideals of justice, equity, and shared humanity. And may the next 200 years reflect not the endurance of injustice, but the triumph of a region united by its deepest values. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Agora, não havendo mais pedidos.
Now, as no other delegations are seeking the floor, I'd like to suggest that the Permanent Council take note of the presentations, which will appear in the minutes of this session. There being no objections, it is so agreed. Agreed. Ladies and gentlemen, the chair would like to put before you all for your consideration the possibility of now taking up items 7, 8, and 9, considering that items 5 and 6 will take a longer time to get through. And we are intending to break for lunch at 1:30. And in order to avoid any interruption in our consideration of the lengthier items, I ask if we can make that small change in the order of the agenda. I see no objections, and so it is so agreed. And this means we will move on to item 7, which is the report of the chair of the Style Committee of the 54th regular session of the General Assembly. It's been distributed as CP/Doc 6088/25. For this, I'm satisfied and honored to offer the floor to the chair of the committee, alternate representative for Paraguay, Ms. Ana Sandoval. Ms. Ana Sandoval, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, it is an honor to present as chair of the Style Committee of the 54th regular session of the General Assembly the report on work performed in fulfilling the mandate conferred upon us by Article 28 of the Rules of Procedure contained in document CP/Doc 6088/25. The committee was made up or formed by the Permanent Council on June 28, 2024, and it was made up by the delegations of Brazil, Canada, the United States, and Paraguay, with the job of ensuring that texts in the 4 official languages of the organization were in line. In fulfilling its mandate, the committee reviewed 25 resolutions and declarations adopted by the General Assembly, with the exception of Declaration 115 on the Malvinas Islands. The review had as a focus correcting stylistic issues, guaranteeing editorial quality, and guaranteeing linguistic coherence in all languages, or consistency. The working sessions were carried out between January 27th and 31st of 2025 with open participation to all delegations. And we had the valuable support of the Translation Department of the Department of Conference Management and Meetings, as well as staff from the Permanent Council Secretariat. It's worth highlighting that the committee did not identify any stylistic problems that would require intervention on the part of the Permanent Council. The texts were reviewed and published on April 3rd under AG Doc 5871, Bar 24, Revision 1. Mr. Chair, allow me to briefly refer to the recommendations that we made that are not only aimed at optimizing the functioning of this committee, but also to present suggestions for improvement, continuous improvement, and innovation when it comes to the multilingual review carried out by the organization. We recommend, on one hand, that the meetings of the committee be carried out in the 4 months following the closure of the General Assembly in order to have adequate time as required by this work, and so that we aren't giving hurried reviews. In addition, we suggest strengthening the role of the translation team through internal reviews prior to our work. They can pay special attention to terminological consistency and reducing in that way corrections in later iterations. For a more innovative suggestion, we suggest advancing towards the use of multilingual screens during the committee's work, and that would facilitate simultaneous review and comparison of text in different languages in the moment. It would be more efficient that way. And in the same way, when resources allow, access to interpretation could enrich the interaction between the delegations and interpreters or translators. We also suggest practical adjustments, such as promoting the early submission of documents, standardization of formats, and times, and as well as spaces for footnotes, which would not only increase the quality of the work, but also would significantly reduce the human effort required as well as financing required. Finally, we suggest that the secretariats of the Permanent Council and CD carry out a preliminary review of the text before they are submitted to the committee, which would filter unnecessary questions and focus efforts on more substantive questions. Mr. Chair, in wrapping up my remarks, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the delegations that made up the committee and all of those who actively participated in a constructive way in its work, as well as to the team of translators and the staff of the Secretariat of the Permanent Council, whose commitment and professionalism allowed for us to do our work in an efficient and respectful manner, in line with the spirit of collaboration that should always be our guiding principle at the organization. On behalf of the Style Committee, I have the honor of submitting this report for the consideration of the Permanent Council. Many thanks. Thank you for your work and for your presentation. I offer the floor to the delegations for anyone who might want to speak to this report. Seeing no requests for the floor, I suggest, therefore, that the Permanent Council take note of the declaration from the chair of the Style Committee from the 54th regular session of the General Assembly, and that we take note of the recommendations made in the report. And I ask all delegates to participate as recommended. If there are no objections, it is so decided. For consideration of the next point on the agenda, I'd like to thank the request made by the delegate from the Dominican Republic. The place and date of the 8th meeting of ministers responsible for public security in the Americas, MISPA 8. If there are no objections, it is so agreed. Following point, consideration of the invitations to the 55th regular session of the General Assembly. According to the Articles 8 of the Rules of Procedure for the General Assembly, and in that vein and based on the requests made, I would like to move forward with the draft resolution for the invitations to civil society organizations registered with the Organization of American States to the 55th regular session of the General Assembly made in April of the past year, CP Doc 6086/25. Seeing no objections, it is so approved. And in the same line, consideration of the draft resolution invitations to the 55th ordinary session of the General Assembly subject to authorization by the Permanent Council, which was circulated as document CP Doc 6087/25 on April 12th. Seeing no objections, it is so approved. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Permanent Council, for all of us and the interpreters, I would like to propose that we take a break to then reconvene at 2:30. And seeing no objections, it is so agreed. We will see at the session is adjourned.